Okay, so fix this thing, fix this thing. Okay. So first we're gonna go over this. And all this PowerPoint can be found in the description on YouTube and on Twitch in like the resources tab. So yeah, we're gonna talk about Champion BIS now that we're finally on the last patch. So no reworks or anything. Uh, Comps will still need to be tested a little bit, but as for what items and stuff you want on each of these units, that shouldn't really change that much. Obviously, when you play, it's going to be dependent on what items you hit and the comp that you're playing, but in general, this is like the kind of assumed BIS general. Like, I'll keep it a little bit like broad, just for the purposes of like talking about it. I'll just talk about why you want to build in a certain way, and then in any given game, any given situation, you can take from that what you want and work towards building more correctly. So we're gonna start with. Should I just like view slideshow from? Yeah, I'll do it this way, and it's just the next. Okay, so starting with AP carries, backline magic damage dealers. The way it's organized here is I have like all the stuff of the same cost like kind of together, and then yeah. So starting off with Morgana, and I'll just like go through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cost. So Morgana is similar to set 13 Morgana, except she doesn't have the shield passive and she throws two things and she does less damage. Basically, she's not a super good item holder or like reroll candidate. She's a good like support unit, but as a main carry, she's not great. She has a 40 mana cost, so she would be a blue buff user. I think in most cases, you're just going to be looking to make her like an anti-heal user. She's better than she was last set because she applies it to two targets. So she's actually a really good holder of Morello or red buff. And then if you were to play Morgana around like any of her traits, probably Divinicore, but like it would because of that you're gonna have crit from Vex, so it'll probably be like Jeweled Gauntlet. You can go Gunblade or something, but like realistically, Morgana will just be an item holder for something later down the line. Yeah. Seraphine similar. She's 1 3 star. She's like not super strong. I think she has like really good like traits for being a secondary carry, but on her own, she's I think a little unreliable. Her traits are a bit. Oh, okay. Here. So Seraphine has Anima Squad and Techie. Techie is like the AP traits, and then Anima Squad is just it doesn't contribute that much to her damage. So pretty much Seraphine is like a generic caster. Uh, she has I think 60 mana, so she's a Trojan user. And then otherwise, her spell is a pretty big AoE. It doesn't do that much damage if it hits a lot of units, but it's really good at applying Morello red buff, similar to Morgana. So she in the comps that she's played in, if you're looking for a holder of those items, she's a pretty good candidate. And then Jules Gauntlet just synergizes a bit well with her being a techie. any other damage item would work. It doesn't really matter that much because Seraphine's more of a secondary carry. She's gonna get whatever leftover items you have. Now, Zyra is pretty interesting because I think she's a bit under the radar. I haven't really seen people play Zyra reroll, specifically Zyra Seraphine reroll. The comp is like Zyra Seraphine, uh, Mundo, Alistar, Echo, and then you cap around Nico, Brand, Viego. You get like 5 Street Demon, 4 Techie. In this comp, Zyra does a lot of damage. Zyra's actually really strong right now. I think I've I think I averaged like maybe a 1.5. I think I played it like 4 times. And I think I went like 2-1, 2-1 or something like that. Like, this comp is like actually pretty decent and it's pretty easy to play. Zyra wants like typical caster items. She has a 60 mana cost. So you just want Shojin. Nasher is pretty good. And then because she's both a Street Demon, which gives her AP, and a Techie, which give her AP, you want like a multiplier. So something like Jeweled Gauntlet or Giant Slayer would be really good. But yeah, it's like pretty simple. Like this is like the same core build that you would use a lot in a lot of different units in set 13. And even this set, there's not too many, as you can see here, but she's a really good user because she has 2 damage traits. Next we have LeBlanc. She is a Cypher strategist. A little awkward to play with both of those traits because there's very little overlap between the two. When playing around either of those traits, she's pretty good. Generally, people are going to be leaning towards strategist because you can reroll her with Echo, who's a good tank and a strategist. LeBlanc, similarly, she just wants casting items. Her spell scales over the course of combat, so the more she casts, the stronger her spell gets. And so her mana cost is 50, which is kind of like on the cusp of blue buff versus Shojin. But at this point, I would rather have Shojin because it's a bit easier to build. And technically would give her more mana than blue buff would. And because you're going strategist in LeBlanc reroll, like the damage amp isn't like as big of a deal since you're already going to have a lot of it. And then Naturus is a good supporting item for LeBlanc. The thing that separates LeBlanc from like Zyra is that LeBlanc only has a source of AP through Cypher, which a lot of the time isn't going to be played. So because of that, you actually want a more AP heavy item onto her last item slot. So I like Archangel because it scales with the fact that her spell like scales throughout combat. If you want a little bit more burst, you can go with like a Death Cap. Of course, any other like damage item would work here. I just think Archangels fits her the best. Now, Twisted Fate is an interesting one because, I mean, technically I made all of these BISs, but Twisted Fate was when I had to really convince people that this was the correct build, and then eventually everyone was on board, and then people realized that this comp was broken. So, Twisted Fate's passive gives him 2 AP every time he auto-attacks. And his spell, he just throws a card and it has like effects and stuff. But the point is you want him to ramp up AP as much as possible. And yeah. So because of that, I think Shojin has a lot less value than something like Ginsu's would. Because 1, Ginsu's multiplies on itself, but 2, Ginsu's will make him auto-attack more to cast. So even if you're getting to your spell at the same time, like early in combat, Ginsu's makes you take more autos to do that, which means you'll have more AP when you cast. And eventually, TF will have like, he'll reach critical mass, and he will have a lot of AP, and his spell will be one-shotting people. Okay, so in order to like get to this point faster, I think double Ginsu's is necessary. If you have like 4 rapid fire or like 6 rapid fire, maybe you can go with 1 Ginsu, but I think going into 4 or 6 rapid fire is like really hard to do. Just compositionally, it's not very pleasant. So generally, Twisted Fate is played with only 2 rapid fire. So double Ginsu's is pretty good for getting him to max attack speed as fast as possible. The last item can be either a multiplier of AP or supporting item like Gunblade. With the Gunblade nerfs, I'm not really sure if it is better than a multiplier like Jeweled Gauntlet or Giant Slayer, but it would be something to capitalize on the fact that he has a lot of casting slash attack speed from the Ginsus and a lot of AP from his passive. So generally, Twisted Fate, because he wants to ramp up, like by nature of his kits, he's played in stall comps, so Gunblade contributes to that pretty well. But honestly, if Gunblade is too nerfed, which I'm not really sure at this point, because uh, I mean, I think like I said, like when Gunblade originally had these numbers, it was basically unbuildable. And even though it's more it's more needed. I don't know if needed is the right word. It has a better spots in this set than it has in previous sets. I think whether it is going to continue to be built or not is up in the air. Next we have Vhagar. Vhagar is a cyber boss techie, both of which give AP. There's lots of different variants to Vhagar reroll, but regardless of how he's built, he's going to have a few key aspects of his kit. I think Vhagar itemization is like also tricky because of one, the Gunblade thing, and two, what kind of playstyle Vhagar offers. It doesn't actually could lead to this itemization, but this is still what is considered to be the best. But we'll talk about it. So Vhagar has a 40 mana cost, so that would generally put him as a blue buff user. In reality, blue buff or Shojin is kind of interchangeable at this point, because at 40 mana cost, Shojin technically makes Vhagar cast more often. It's the same amount, like every two, like for the first two casts, it's the same, and then on the third cast, Shojin actually makes him cast an auto earlier. So, yeah, but blue buff has the damage jump. But it also has the cost of being 2 tiers, which is a little harder to build. But pretty much, you want a mana item to cast more. You want a damage item. Archangels is like weird. People agree that this is correct, but I'm not actually sure if this is what's needed. I might like flip on this depending on how I feel, but here would go a damage item of some sort, depending on your comp. I think what might be correct would be like Jeweled Gauntlet here. Both of his traits give him AP, so there is that. And then the last slot is another supporting item. Gunblade was really good when Vhagar would be played in like kind of stall comps, but Gunblade is nerfed, and Vhagar himself doesn't actually scale throughout combat, so that it might not be needed. Gunblade has synergy with Archangels, so that's why these 3 items are like here. But if Archangels is to be changed and Gunblade is also to be changed, you might see like a blue buff Nashor's Jeweled Gauntlets situation. You might even like see like a blue buff Shojin Nashor situation. That actually might be an option for Vhagar, because that would make him reliably 2 auto cast. I think Vhagar's a little weak right now, so my motivation to like verify whether that's the case or not is a little down, considering I'm just gonna go 5th every game regardless of what I build on him. But I think that in an updated situation, Vhagar items would probably look like this, or it would be like some like 2 of these with like a JG. That's what I think now. 3 cost. Elise is a little awkward because her traits don't contribute to damage. She has 1 trait which doesn't do anything for her at all. It's summons like a thing, but that doesn't do anything for Elise. And then her other trait is Dynamo, which I think now is starting to get played around, but previously when playing Elise, that trait doesn't do much. at the end of the day, it just makes her cast faster. So I think you still need a mana item on her, which is why you have one. Her mana cost I think is 55, which is I think just Shojin territory. I think between Shojin and Dynamo, her mana regen will be fine. The way her spell works is that she shoots these projectiles that reduce magic resist, and she has like a set amount, like 4 to her main target and 4 to another enemy nearby. So because she reduces magic resist, she's going to chip down, like she's good at taking down tanks because she can eventually increase her damage to them over time. Like if she gets stuck, like their magic resist will be reduced, so she'll do more damage each time she casts on them. Due to this nature, I think she excels in like scaling compositions. I think Archangel suits her well because of this. Elise is gonna want to ramp up anyway, so that she has the ability to get through tanks. So I think Archangel is a good fit. This can be substituted by any damage item, Death Cap, JG. Honestly, this item situation is kind of similar to Vhagar, except his mana, Elise's mana cost is a little higher. So, but the Gunblade is like, again, it fits the comps that she was played in, but now that the item is nerfed, we might just be seeing like a Shojin Jeweled Gauntlet Death Cap situation, or Jeweled Gauntlet Archangels, or Jeweled Gauntlet Guard Breaker. Maybe not Guard Breaker. I think Elise definitely needs a source of AP because she doesn't get that from either of her traits. And most of the comps that she's going to be played around, I think the biggest source of AP that isn't coming from items or augments is going to be like Morgana, Divina Core bonus, which will probably be like 10. So like, Elise definitely needs like a heavy source of AP. So I wouldn't index too much into crits, but to have like Archangel's Jeweled Gauntlet would probably be good for Elise. Varus situation is interesting because he's not super reliable as a primary carry, but he's, I think, underrated. Like, I think he's underrated, period. I think especially as a secondary carry, his spell has a lot of utility. The last time that we saw this version of Varus was set 7 with a build that was, I mean, there's two versions of it, but like it was like Astral Varus / Guild Varus, but the point is he was an AD carry who, because his trait gave him a lot of like reroll capability, like you could hit Varus 3 really early and he was a 3 cost. So he would just have a lot of stats, so he was an the auto attacker, and his spell was just utility, but he would just be like an AD damage source that every now and then would stun a bunch of units. This set, Varus' traits are not geared towards that. He's more AP centric. That said, I do think the correct playstyle would be to keep him as that caster. So you just want him to keep his utility, and because of that, it's not super damage focused. I think if his numbers were tuned a little bit more, he could be like a damage carry. But for now, I think Shojin Nashers will just make him cast more. His mana cost is 75, so Shojin perfectly makes him cast every 5 autos, and then Nashers just makes his attack speed faster. So between the two, he will have pretty good stun uptime, and then his spell hits quite a lot, so I think Morello is a pretty good fit. If Varus is doing, if you have the means to go for Varus 3, you can consider putting an actual damage item on him. Preferably a source of like AP. I would say like Death Cap would be pretty good on him. Yeah, he also has his Exotech item, which can be considered. I think it would kind of be competing more for the Shojin or the Nasher slot. In truth, I don't even know how good his Exotech item is, like the Hollow Bow, but I think the numbers are a little awkward, but it can be built on him. Like, it is sure an item that can go on him. I just don't know if it's actually best in slots for him, which is a bit unfortunate. Yuumi. Yuumi is a 30 mana cost rat She has triple traits, but only two of them are relevant to her actual itemization. She is a amp strategist and Anima Squad, but Anima Squad is again not related to her itemization. Amp in this situation gives Yumi mana regen, and strategist gives her damage amp. Because of that, Yumi needs a source of AP, and yeah. And then the way Yumi's spell also works is that she is going to hit a target, and then she will mark them. And when she hits the same target again, she does more damage to them. So basically, Yumi wants to do as much damage as possible, and she wants to cast as much as possible so that each of her casts are doing as much damage as possible. So the less time she has in between marking her targets, the more damage she's gonna do. So because of this, you want to build a blue buff on her like 100% because you want to minimize the amount of time between her casting as much as possible. And then apart from that, it's the same situation as Veigar where Archangel Gunblade works because she wanted to stall and ramp up, but now that Gunblade is nerfed, her ability to actually sustain her frontline might not be strong enough, so you might just go back to like a more AP slash castery setup. Because she has amp, I'm not really sure if you would need like a Nashor's. It might just be like a double AP build, like Death Cap, Jeweled Gauntlet or something. But she definitely needs a source of AP, and then another supporting item. Because Strategist and Anima Squad give her damage amp, she doesn't like really need a damage amp specifically. So I think like it'd probably be best to go into a crit if possible. Like I think Jeweled Gauntlet might be pretty good on her. You know what? I'm going to do this a different way. Let's remake this in real time. So that I don't forget. Because even though I haven't finished testing the nerfs to Gunblade, I'm pretty sure they hurt a lot. Okay, so I'm going to redo everything, but this time I'll actually just look at it from here. Yeah, let's stop that. So Morgana, as you can see, 40 mana cost. She hits two targets, so her spell works the same way as it does in Sat 13. So she was already a good Morello user slash red buff user, but this set she's even better. If anything, her numbers I think aren't strong enough for primary carry. They're not like terrible, but she's a bit too slow. So I think that at the very least she's going to be a Morello holder. But if you were to put items on her, blue buff would be her item, and then something like Jeweled Gauntlet for her Divinicorp synergy, or something like Nashor's. Maybe even Gunblade. But realistically, she's just going to be an item holder for something else. Seraphine, again, same situation. She's not super strong for a primary carry. She's a good secondary carry. 60 mana cost means Shojin user. And then otherwise, like, cast more, apply Morello. Zyra, underrated as primary carry. Typical mage build. She's the exact same as set 13 Zyra, except she shoots one less little thing at a secondary target. So she only hits one additional target apart from her main target. But she does a good amount of damage. Like, I've, again, seen a lot of success playing her as a primary carry this set. LeBlanc. 50 mana cost, awkward. I think Shojin is probably better than anything. As for the rest of her items, she wants a source of AP because she doesn't have a source of AP. And something else apart from that. Oh wait, I just remembered. She really wants Nashers. Twisted Fate. Is a passive, gain 2 ability power each attack. It's active, throws a card. With the Kingpin Syndicate bonus, it's just throw a better card. But because he wants him to get as much AP as possible, I'm gonna keep Gunblade on Twisted Fate specifically. I think these like super Ginsu's users probably can still use Gunblade, but the rest might not. Vhagar has a passive. I think there's a misconception with Vhagar that he has to be 3-starred because he has the if Vhagar's a high star level, deal 40% true damage. But I think people are ignoring the fact that if Vhagar is the same star level as the target, deal 25% true damage. So he can definitely be an item holder to pretty decent success. But regardless, he wants a blue buff because he's 40 mana cost. Blue buff for Shojin. If your primary carry, blue buff is like technically better, but a little more greedy of an option. I do think, honestly, that with this setup specifically, he'll actually be very successful. Both of his traits give him AP, Cyber Boss, and Techie. So I think if you can get to this itemization, this will give him a 2 auto cast, which actually massively increases his damage output. Because blue buff gives him 10 mana, and then Shojin makes him auto for 15 mana, so it'll go 10, 30, or 10, 25, 40, and then Nashers will speed up that process. There can be an argument for something like Jules Gauntlet somewhere in there. But I think with the true damage amplifier he has, it might just be best to get him to cast more. Like, the difference between 2 auto cast and 3 auto cast is like a 50% uptime in spell, like in his spell. So this might actually be the true BIS for Vhagar. Yumi. 30 mana cost. Her amp passive gives her mana every second, and actually a lot of it. And then active, launch a missile that bounces. If there are, and it marks the target. If they're already marked, deal 200% damage. She wants to deal as much damage to marked targets as possible. With Gunblade being nerfed, I'm not sure what you would build. I think she just wants damage. So if you can get to something like this, or maybe like an Archangel's. But something that would make her like just do more damage. Like, because she's gonna regen a lot, I don't actually think Nashers is super necessary on her, because you're not actually spending that much time autoing. Like, maybe she'll have to auto once, but like she's like going to be casting like really fast, so you just want to make her so that she just does more damage when she does so. Varus, I think currently tuned to be a support unit, but I think if his numbers were increased a little bit, he could be a primary carry. Because his chain stuns, that's a lot of value utility. I think Shojin plus Nasher will make him cast in every 5 autos, and then he'll get those autos faster, and then he spreads Morello well, so he can be a Morello holder for comps. I think there is a place for him to be a primary carry, just not currently. Elise, really awkward 55 mana cost, but with her traits, okay, her traits like don't do a lot. She has Dynamo, which is mana regen, but at least it's like pretty awkward to play around that. And then Nitro doesn't contribute to her damage. So item wise, she still wants a mana item, but apart from that, she just wants damage. She doesn't have a source of AP, so you really need some source of AP. It'd probably just be like Death Cap, Jewel Gauntlets would be her items. But there could be an argument for like this. Yeah. Okay. Annie, she is a little bit weird. She's a Golden Ox amp. Golden Ox gives her damage amp, and then amp gives her extra fireballs on her cast. However, this has been nerfed over and over again to the point where amp barely contributes to Annie's damage. I think the main value of Annie is to provide supported DPS, and then is her summoning of Tibbers. Tibbers is a extra like unit. It's like a frontline melee. It can tank for her team, and it does good damage. So I think what most people have adopted, which I agree with. I don't take credit for this one because I didn't play enough Annie, but I do completely agree with the sentiment that Annie should just cast as fast as possible. She's 40 mana cost, so similar to Veigar, this gives her a 2 auto cast. And in the setup, she will be... Okay. Actually, now that I think about it, if she's not played for damage, there might be a world where it's just like I think this is technically easier to build. And this also is 2 auto cast. But yeah, she summons Tibbers as fast as possible. And Tibbers is an extra unit that does damage, and then Annie also does damage herself, and it's pretty good. Brand, pretty similar situation to Zyra. Both, she has the same traits as Zyra, so he has a lot of built-in AP. His spell hits primary target and then hits a lot of extra units. Because of this, he's a little bit better at like proccing Guardbreaker. So whether your last whether you build like Nashers or like Guardbreaker is like up in the air. But you want something that's well, like you want Jeweled Gauntlets to multiply off the AP he has, and then an additional item. I kind of like this build a bit more, but it's all the same. But Shojin gives him a 4 auto cast. Actually, no, it's 70 mana. It's a 5 auto cast. But I mean, it's fine. And then you're multiplying off of having a lot of AP from Teki and a lot of AP from Street Demon. Vex is a weird one. She's been reworked like twice actually over the course of the PBE. So her builds are like still very confusing. Vex as a unit is very confusing because so much has changed about her. She is a 30 mana cost unit, which would mean she was an ideal candidate for a blue buff. And then the way her damage is skewed, she now has this like 150% over healing is converted to true damage. So you actually want to build healing on her. For the most part, that is considered to be like Gunblade. There might be an argument for like Hodge, as this gives her crits and it gives her Omnivamp. But I think the balance intent is for her to have Gunblade. And then because Vex is a Divinicore Executioner, she doesn't have that much AP. So in the past, she wanted to build like source of AP and then a crit multiplier. Executioner gives her spell crit, so Guardbreaker would be the best item, and this was her BIS. But I think now, what people haven't realized is that her BIS is probably this. This gives her mana, this gives her the damage, and then this gives her Healing, which contributes to her retribution damage, which gives her more bonus true damage than she would get from like the damage amp of Guardbreaker. And it also heals her allies a little bit, which is not bad. Ziggs is a typical AP caster. He has AP from Cyberboss and damage amp from Strategist, so he can kind of go either way in terms of itemization. I think you can kind of just go like caster and then like either AP, or you can go Jules Gauntlets or something of that nature. It's probably just 2 casting items plus 1 damage. In some cases, you can go for like a Morello. If you have the Cyber Boss bonus active, he can proc it, or he can spread it really well. But Zig's items are, I think, the most flexible because he kind of like has a little bit of everything. So just whatever you have would be good. And then Aurora. Aurora's like weird. I think she doesn't do enough damage as a primary carry, but I mean, actually, maybe after her latest buff, she might, but I'm not sure. I think her spell targeting, so she's gonna swap and summon something, but her actual spell hits in a large AoE and it targets the most units possible in a line. So because of that, she's gonna spread Morello well. So if you need a anti-heal spreader, Aurora's got you, and then some damage to the hopes that she will uh be strong enough to one-shot stuff, which sometimes will happen. Like she has like the high base damage, but when she hits a lot of enemies, it's a little tough to actually get to that point. But yeah, something like this is usually considered to be her BIS. Let's save this. BIS backline AP carry. Okay, and then let's open this. And update it. We'll see how many of these I have to update, or I think are up to date. Okay. Next is backline AD carries. I kind of like being able to do it from the here because we can actually see it in, like I can actually like hover over the tooltips and stuff. Vayne, Draven, Jinx, Senna, Philios, MF, do that. Okay, let's organize stuff. Okay, so Kindred's ability. She's a Nitro Rapid Fire Marksman. She connects Marksman and Rapid Fire. Rapid Fire is an attack speed trait. Marksman is an AD trait. So depending on how she is like built, she has a little bit of one. Her spell works similar to Seth 13 Tristana, where she does a lot of base damage, and then if she overkills, it bounces to the nearest enemy. She doesn't have a stacking AD passive, but so all in all, her effectiveness at this isn't actually that high. However, you want her to cast to do as much damage as possible, pretty much. So I think the best case would be to do either invest in crits or invest in damage. You want basically 3 max damage, but whatever you can manage to get. Probably something like this, but that's like a little hard to build with 4 swords. So something like this, which has I think 1 of each component, or 2 of each, like 2 swords, 2 bows, 2 gloves. Kog'Maw is a Boombot rapid fire. Boombot, what it does is it scales with total damage done, regardless of how he does it. His ability gives him attack speed and bonus on-hit damage. In order to maximally synergize with his traits, I think you're gonna want to have at least like one of like his traits active, or like both of his traits activated at least once. So like at least 2 Boombot and at least 2 Rapid Fire. Uh, I've been kind of leaning more towards double Ginsu's, but I don't actually know if it's needed. I think having something like raw damage kind of contributes a lot because whatever gets him to the Boombot threshold of firing the rocket is kind of best, and then his on-hit scales really well with AD specifically. You can build crits here too, but it's not needed. I think best in slot would probably be something like this, which is just the standard like AD attack battle attacker. Hurricane in this instance doesn't synergize with his ability in the sense that it doesn't apply the on-hit damage. It does like synergize with having more attack speed, but I think what Boombot or what Runans is doing here is contributing to Boombot because like this damage to like a secondary target, even though it's not going to the like, primary targets, it's still contributing to the total damage done. So the total damage done will make him fire more rockets, which would subsequently increase his single target damage. So I do think Runans is pretty useful to have on him. So all in all, his best in slot would probably look like something like this. Jin has been underpowered for most of the PBE cycle, but I think now he's probably in a good spot. He might even be like strong. His spell fires a grenade. It bounces twice and then back to the original targets. So it hits 4 total times. It also sunders, but it does good amount of damage or whatever. He's a caster, so you just want to play around that. His traits are Extra Attack, which doesn't contribute too much to damage. Marksman, which is an AD trait, and Dynamo, which is a mana generation trait. Jin as primary carry in Dynamo is not very likely, but as a marksman, we see a lot of play as a supporting unit, maybe as a primary carry. What Jin has, which is really good for him, is he has access to this extra attack item. So this is the contribution of extra attack to his damage, which is this item, Pulse Stabilizer, which is essentially an Infinity Edge with the Collector passive. It is now balanced, like these numbers aren't updated, but it now has 35 as 80, so now it literally is an Infinity Edge with Collector passive. And then what people are doing is, and it's kind of weird that people aren't doing this on other units, but people are building Pulse Stabilizer and IE together, which I think is correct on a unit with like marksman traits AD. Capitalizing on just having as much damage as possible, he gets a little bit of spell crit damage, or like spell crit damage from having both of these together. But it's baffling to me that people don't realize that this is the same thing. Like this is literally the same thing, except it doesn't have the Collector passive. Yeah, people are perfectly comfortable building this, but regardless, yeah, I think this is for a primary carry Jin. This would be the correct build. For a not primary carry Jin, I mean, he's a really good, not really good. He's a good anti-heal spreader, so you can build like a red buff on him. But this isn't for like secondary. Now that he actually has primary carry potential, his best in slot would look something like this. Vayne is an Animal Squad Slayer. Slayer contributes to a lot of AD. It gives her Omnivamp and it gives her AD. I've finally convinced people that this unit is good. And yeah, so Her ability rapidly fires 3 attacks, and they deal bonus 2 damage. But they also count as attacks, so they contribute to Ginsu's and they contribute to on-hit effects. So I think best in slot would look something like this, where Ginsu's it stacks in her ability, so she can get to attack really fast. Her base attack speed is also pretty good, so she can get to max attack speed reliably. And then with Slayer, she can sustain and then have a lot of AD already. And then Hurricane also procs during her ult, so you can have a good amount of supplemental DPS for that. If not Hurricane, it would probably be something like Gunblade, pre-nerf, or like Infinity Edge or something like that. But I think Hurricane is a really underrated item, and then people build this because the stats say it's good, but I built it because I know that her ability procs it 3 times, and that's good enough for me. Draven is an interesting one because I think he's been getting buffed, but I don't think he was ever weak. Like I don't think there's a single point in time where Draven was weak, but he's gotten buffed like I think twice. Draven is a Cypher Rapid-Fire. Cypher gives him AD, Rapid-Fire gives him attack speed. Sometimes he'll play around both, but it doesn't really change his items that much. He's an AD caster. He's a lot of, like, most of his damage is in his spell. His spell actually is, like, really strong, and thus has a high mana cost. I think Shojin's kind of mandatory on him, because it takes him from a 12 auto cast to an 8 auto cast. And then, because he's a caster, and then because there's a lot of value, I think, like, Infinity Edge is good, and then something like Last Whisper is probably best. If you already have Shred, maybe something like this. But I think in most comps that he's played, it's usually better to have, like, you're not necessarily playing around having a lot of Shred, and he can Shred for himself pretty valuably because he's going to hit a lot of units. And he hits them twice, so it actually works out fine. There can be arguments for having, like, Red buff or something on him, but I would say, like, I think Last Whisper contributes a bit more damage because it gives him crit and AD, while this has, like, damage amp and more attack speed, but Rapid Fire gives him attack speed, so, like, but it's something like that. It's Shojin Infinity Edge +1, or 1 can be like Giant Slayer, Red Buff, Last Whisper, Gridebreaker, Deathblade, like, yeah. Jinx is a very interesting one because I haven't played enough of her. I don't think anyone's played enough of her. I think Jinx is probably the unit most likely to be slept on going into the live patch. I mean, before it was Fiddlesticks, but I actually played that one and I managed to convince people it was broken, and then suddenly it was the most broken thing of the set. So yeah, I saved everyone on that one, but Jinx I actually haven't played enough. So if Jinx turns out to be broken, I don't know, we're fucked. I think Jinx is actually pretty strong, so, but I need to play her more. But she has a 50 mana cost. Her ability fires rockets, similar to, like, I think what it was, set 7 Jinx, or set 9 Jinx. I think set 9 Jinx was, yeah, Zon Jinx. But and then each time she casts, she fires an additional rocket, which I think is something that people don't know that she can do. She's a caster, primarily, so I think having Shojin is pretty good on her. I think what people don't... the part that I need to explore is whether Shojin Ginsu is correct on her. Because I don't know if this stacking of her ults will get her to will contribute more damage to her than not doing this. Both of her traits give her AD. Street Demon and Marksman give a lot of AD. So she doesn't need more AD. Her last item would either be like a multiplier, like Infinity Edge. There might be an argument for like something like this, but I need to play Jinx more because this low key might be a Syndra situation. That's 12 Syndra situation. There could be an argument for this. If Ginsu turns out to be like terrible, could be something like this, or just like this. Like I think the most standard is something like this. I'm just not sure if it's correct. But I will probably separately update her things. What do I have on here? I have that. I mean, that's fine. But I will leave it like this, and then I mean, probably today, I'm going to try to force Jinx and then try to figure it out. Right. Senna is a very interesting one. She's the Vindicore Slayer. Her gimmick is that she has really high base AD, but she has really low base attack speed, and then her auto attacks passively cleave in an AoE, like a 1-hex AoE around the primary target for like 40% damage. So how Senna's to be built is like a bit up in the air. I'm of the opinion that she should just be built for full crits, maximize on her damage. So the way that Senna works is that her cleave like hits in an AoE. So she's hitting a lot of units at the same time. Red buff, well, I thought that would be something that worked. I thought that she would be a good applier of anti-heal because her cleave would apply red buff, but it does not do that. So yeah, that's unfortunate. But it does apply Shred, or it applies Thunder, and it applies, or it doesn't apply, but uh, it works with Guard Breaker, where if any of the things that she hits has a shield, she gets the bonus damage amp. So there's a lot of synergy with that. And then I think Senna's really good with Infinity Edge. Even though she doesn't cast very often, once she casts, she's going to like one-shot the things that she's casting on, but two, her auto attacks do crits and are a lot of damage. So if you're just playing around the auto attacks, making her autos crit contributes a lot of damage. Because okay, Slayer gives her a lot of AD, and Divinicore gives her a lot of AD. So she's gonna have a lot of AD. So it's just a matter of what makes her do the most damage. There might be an argument for something like this, where Senna will just literally one-tap everything that she autos. This is also something I probably should look into, but you're just capitalizing on her having a ton of base AD and a ton of bonus AD. So if she just crit and had more crit damage and stuff, she would just literally be one-tapping left and right. And then the last item, I mean, you can have this for a little bit of more crit damage, or the last item could be anything. I mean, the bolts don't crit, so it might not be that. But yeah. If I find a spot to force stats, I will try. But for now, I'll leave it at this. I'm pretty sure the stats say this is the best, even though no one plays her like this. But, I mean, if people could be convinced of Vayne and TF and Annie, I mean, surely people will eventually stop building Ginsus on her. Because Senna needs like triple Ginsus to compare with like Vayne's like one Ginsu. So like it's not even worth it. Another thing that's like underrated is that because she has a lot of base AD, she's good at Hurricane. But Hurricane doesn't really synergize with her cleave. So I think with really intelligent positioning, you can do a lot with Senna. I think I'm not gonna like go into too much detail here, but basically the way her spell and her autos can be treated, you can kind of act like set 12 Arcana Ari with the positioning where you wrap around the primary tank and then she cleaves all of them, and her ability will just one-shot all of them like Ari's ult did. I think that's something that people need to play more. But it's not like reliable. Aphelios is a Golden Ox marksman AD, Golden Ox damage amp. Uh, because of that, I mean, I don't know. So this Aphelios is like Targon Aphelios from Set 9, except it's just worse in every way because his chakrams aren't infinite and don't heal him and do less damage. But regardless, he's still pretty good. Aphelios is a good Ginsu's user. Uh, he was originally one of these. With the Gunblade nerf, he might not be one of these anymore. It might be something like this. Or maybe he just goes this. It's hard to gauge how much Gunblade nerf impacts his ability to sustain. Uh, Infinity Edge is a good, like, complement to the Marksman AD and to the damage amp. So, it would be something like this, and then it could be like this. Like with Last Whisper. Or like Giant Slayer, or like... It is Ginsu's +2, pretty much. That's his core. Like, even this is good. But yeah, the core is Ginsu's +2, so I'm just gonna put the standard thing, and then if it gets updated later, it gets updated later. Misfortune is a Syndicate Dynamo. Her spell is the same as Set 8 Misfortune. She just Misfortune ults and hits a bunch of units with waves of bullets and does a lot of damage. She has a really high mana cost, but her cast is really strong, so it's fine. Syndicates gives her a little bit of damage amp, and it upgrades her ability to fire more bullets, which is actually pretty impactful. It fires 4 more waves, so that's a 50% damage increase over the duration of her. It's over 2 seconds, so like you're firing like 4 more waves over those 2 seconds. So you're going from 8 to 12, which is literally a 50% damage increase. So that's actually huge. And then Dynamo is a mana generation trait. MF really needs it, but she still needs a mana item because her mana cost is really high. You can kind of go without a mana item sometimes if like you just don't have the items for it. I think the priority is to have like damage onto her ult. But usually you want to prioritize the Shojin anyway. I think in comps where MF is not the primary carry, you can go without Shojin, but primary carry MF probably needs it. Best thought would probably be something like this. Last Whisper is really good on her because the first wave will apply the Sunder to everyone, and then all the extra waves will have the armor reduced damage. So, yeah, you don't really need like an Evan Shroud in this comp, or when playing with MF, because MF supports herself really well with spreading Sunder armor reduction. Alright, Xayah is probably the most misunderstood unit. I don't think people realize how her spell works. I don't think that matters too much for her itemization, but I do want to highlight how her spell works. So Xayah has a 75 mana cost, which makes her a perfect Shojin candidate. Because she casts every 5 autos. But, okay, so her ability impales feathers into her current target, and when the target dies, the feathers explode and they spread to like nearby like enemies. So basically, she has a single target damage with each of these feathers, but she needs the target to die to fully utilize her ability damage. The more that she casts, the more feathers she's going to embed, but also if you give her more damage, the more damage the feathers do. pretty much the thing that is like needed from her for her is that she needs a strong single damage source next to her to help her spread her feathers. So she pairs really well with Aphelios, who is exactly that, but she also pairs well with Vayne. I think in Anima Squad, what people don't respect enough is that Vayne is really good for helping Xayah spread her feathers because Vayne is a single target damage choice as well. As for itemization, people usually go for something like this. Xayah isn't actually the best. Like she's like okay at spreading Last Whisper once the target dies, but she doesn't amplify. Okay, actually, it works in the same way as MS, so it's not bad. So I think this build is fine. However, there might be a world similar to Jinx where you might want to make her cast more. The other thing is that being ability centric, I think unlike Jinx, where she has very clear attack speed synergy, there might be a world where you go like this, similar to Jhin. Just to capitalize on the fact that Marksman gives a shit ton of AD. I don't know why this trait gives so much AD. It's 35, and then after 8 seconds, it's 70, and then after 6 more seconds, so after 14 seconds of combat, you're now at 90 AD, and then every 6 seconds it's afterwards, so at 20 seconds, you're at 110 AD. Basically, she's getting a shit ton of AD from Marksman, so there might be a world where double IE Xayah is correct. There might be a world where, actually, no, kind of. I said Senna, and then it might be Jinx as well. I think the other Aphelios might, but I'm not too sure. I think in any 4 marksman comp, this might be correct, or with Senna. I don't think any other unit works that way. But yeah, I think this will contribute more damage than something like this. But that needs more testing. For now, I think Last Whisper is perfectly suited because it gives her a good amount of crit chance. When she hits the target once, the next 5 feathers will get the damage reduction, or the damage increase from armor reduction, so it's pretty good. So generally, this is probably like the easiest to understand best in slots. However, it is possible that there is something better. Zeri is, I mean, 1, like, disgusting, but 2, she's a really fun unit. She's Exo Attack Rapid Fire. Her spell summons an echo that basically is a copy of her that also auto attacks. It lasts 5 seconds. Her attacks deal reduced damage, and they scale like differently with her attack speed and stuff. They don't apply on hits, so there's no like hurricane stuff. But she scales really well with attack speed, because specifically with Ginsu's, because the more attack speed she has, the more she casts, and the more she casts, the more damage she does. So having like this is like her spell is like separately a multiplier of damage. So Ginsu's is pretty good on her. In some variants of comps, she was just one of these double Ginsu's Gunblade users. With Gunblade being nerfed, I'm not really sure if that's necessary. Yeah. But she has really good synergy with Ginsu's. Another thing to bring up is that her Exotech item is also really, really good on her. This gives her 80 attack speed. Her attack store charges at 4 charges. The next attack does 15% of the target's max health and reduces their armor by 10. The clones don't stack this, but because Zeri has really good synergy with Ginsu's, she's still really good with this because Ginsu's has synergy with this. I think her new BIS might be something like this. Depending on how much the Gunblade nerfs hurt her. But apart from that, her generally accepted best in slot is Ginsu's Flux Capacitor Gunblade, because this gives her a ton of damage. Flux Capacitor lets her get through tanks if she would be stuck on it, and the Gunblade heals her frontline. Zeri's really good in stall comps because of the way like she wants to play around Ginsu's and she like has the means to do everything. So Gunblade helps her heal what was normally a 6 Bastion comp, and Bastions scale really well with Gunblade because they have a lot of resistances, which makes healing more valuable on them. But yeah, she's also a rapid fire. Generally, you just want any. You probably want Ginsu's plus 2 items. Uh, if you see Flux Capacitor on your exo attack item, you can just force zero rate and it'll be pretty good. And then the last slots, if Gunblade turns out to be terrible now, it would just be either like another Ginsu's or some other damage amplifier. Uh, Infinity Edge would be good because it makes her clones crit. Uh, Giant Slayer, Last Whisper, just plus 1 item. Yeah. Samira is a Street Demon amp. Street Demon gives her AD. Amp, what it does is it makes her ults do more damage. So kind of similar to the Syndicate bonus of Misfortune. With more amp, her ult will fire more bullets and thus increase her damage by a smaller percentage. Each amp will contribute. How much of it? It's now 5. Yeah. So it's a 25% damage increase per amp. So it's like not like bad. But it's not a huge deal. Her ability, like she's just like AoE spreading damage. During her cast, she's unstoppable and has Omnivamp. She's an AD caster. You can either build Shojin on her or not. I don't know. I've kind of liked the feel of just not doing that and just all inning on her damage and then hoping that she just one-shots when she casts. Because whereas MF's ult can be blocked by tanks, Samira jumps the backline, so she can just one-shot the backline. So if you just all in on damage, that might be more valuable because she can just kill in the first ult. So I think her best in slot is just full crits, max damage. And then Urgot is the last one. He's a Boombot Executioner. He's more often played as the capstone for Executioner than for Boombots, because vertical Boombot's a little tough to play. But he has a lot of good qualities. He is generally considered to be a supporting unit. I think as a primary carry, he's pretty slow, but he's really, really valuable in the fact that he can execute low health units when he has his mana cost. He can generate gold and items when he kills them. He has a lot of supporting damage, I think. Like, okay, his spell's like really complicated, but it's not like. Basically, this guy has it all. I don't know if all makes him a primary carry or a secondary carry, but he is definitely very good. And he scales with a lot of things. Executioner gives him crit chance and damage. So, yeah. As for what his best in slot is, it's kind of like a bit of everything. His attack speed from his cast gives him synergy with like attack speed, so he can scale well with Ginsu's. Because he has a really high attack speed, he also has synergy with Runons because he just procs this really quickly. Because he's an executioner, he has synergy with any of the crit items. His ability also gives him rockets that fire and hit a bunch of things, so he's really good with spreading this. Last Whisper, Guard Breaker, Red Buff. You can kind of give him literally any damage items and he's good, because his spell literally has everything. And then the things that his spell doesn't have, his traits got him. So literally any damage items can go onto Urgot, like any AD damage items. Deathblade, Giant Slayer, Gunblade's probably not bad. He probably doesn't need a mana item, so I don't think you need like Shojin or anything like that. But any, like literally any item that would go into a primary AD carry would be good. Infinity Edge, Last Whisper, Hurricane, uh, Guardbreaker, QSS, and the likes. So yeah, just slap whatever you have onto him, and he's got you. Yeah. So this is best in slots currently for AD backliners in set 14. Now we're going to do melee carries, which there are a lot of because there's hero augments. So hero augments are this one, not hero augment, but okay. And then 2 costs. 3 costs. Four cost. 5 costs. Cool. And then let's organize them a little bit. Did I not click this? Okay, Nidalee. She's a AP bruiser. She's a nitro, which doesn't contribute to her damage, and she's an amp, which gives her more base damage on her ult, which means it doesn't contribute in a traditional way, but that's actually pretty good because that means Nidalee can build a bit of everything. Her spell does damage to the primary target and then additional damage to secondary targets depending on how much amp she has, and then she also heals. Nidalee has a bit of it. Okay, I don't know at what point my thing cut off. I'm just gonna go over again. Nitro doesn't contribute to Nidalee's damage. Amp contributes more base damage, meaning she can kind of scale in whatever way she wants, and it'll still be good. Uh, Her spell does damage to the primary target, and then depending on how much amp she has, bonus damage to like X amount of additional enemies, and then she heals, and then heals more per enemy hit. Generally, I think you want more AP and then something further contributing to that. I think the easiest thing, like, because she's a frontliner, I think she has a bit of value from having Crown Guard, but this could also be like a death cap. And then she wants a source of healing because even though she heals from her ability, she does a lot more damage on her ability than she heals, so this would give her more healing. And then just any other kind of amplifier would be good. Jill's Gauntlet is pretty good. So her best in slot looks something like this, usually. She doesn't really like scale super well, but she can do a lot of burst. So yeah. Shaco is a bit interesting. He was a menace throughout the start of the PB cycle, but now he's been nerfed so much that he's like kind of weak, I think. He's not like unplayable, but he's like definitely like fallen off from being like just the top meta comp. Shaco's passive gives him permanent AD for each kill he gets. His active just does damage, and then if he has the Syndicate bonus, he teleports to the lowest health target and does a little bit more damage. But basically, with his Syndicate bonus, he would ramp up kills really easily, and he would stack a lot of AD, and he will just one-shot a lot of units. So this guy can be a problem. He's also a Slayer, which gives him a lot of AD, like in addition to his permanent AD, and it also gives him a little bit of Omnivamp. So because of this, you really, really want to crit on him because his ability is like a lot of his damage. And then you support that with a bit more healing because Slayer has healing but not enough. And then the last thing I think is some kind of protection. Edge of Night is usually the best form of protection because it's an aggro drop. Uh, yeah, the most standard build is this one because yeah, there's not much else to say about that. I'm gonna talk about hero augments now. So these 6 units are not traditionally carries, but they have hero augments which make them into carries. So Jax, his hero augment is called, okay, let's just find it so I can show it. Adaptive strikes. Gain a Jax, his attacks deal bonus magic damage every third attack, and they get stronger each time. His ability grants attack speed. So basically he turns into set 8 Jax. He has the bonus on hit damage. He ramps up. I think what people make the mistake of is to all in on his ramping and then assume that he has enough. It is a bit difficult to get to the point where he has enough damage. I think. Yeah, so he has like base damage, but I don't think it's necessarily enough. I think he needs more protections than he needs, or than he's given credit for. And I think the way, I don't know, it's hard to describe, but I think people build units on him, and I think after having played it and having played against it, I don't actually think that's correct. I think in reality, you definitely need healing. You definitely need QSS. As for what your scaling item is, I'm not sure because his cast gives him attack speed, and QSS also gives him a lot of attack speed. So I'm thinking something that gives him AP would probably be best, or something like Titans. I would lean towards something like this being best in slots, or maybe like yeah, even Nashers would be acceptable. I think he's like, I don't know. The thing is, I keep seeing people build abilities on him, and he doesn't last long enough to stack it. Like I've never seen like a stacked Jax with the hero augment. Meaning it's definitely not enough. He needs something. He needs like more protection, I think. I don't know if that just means it's like more healing. Yeah. Or maybe it's like Archangel. But I think when I was looking at stats, it was like this. And I kind of like, I'm okay with this. I think it's better than Rageblade. I think in 6 Bastion, there might be an argument for like Archangel. I think, I mean, the base damage isn't even high, but if Edge of Night makes him stack more, that might also be correct. But yeah, I'm gonna go with what stats say because I definitely agree with why they would support this, which is basically more base damage and more survivability. And you're playing it slower because Jax does not attack very fast. Poppy, I have played. Oh, I played twice, and I think it's pretty easy. Her thing, I mean, she just basically sets 10 Poppy. She does a lot of damage, but she doesn't skill tank stats. She just skills with damage. So Cyber Boss gives her good amount of damage and makes her spell AoE, and then Bastion just makes her tanky. The best way to simplify this is just spell crits plus more healing. You can go like double Hodge too, but I like the Bloodthirster because you get the shields, which is I think pretty valuable with Bastion. Because that's like a really effective buffer for her to heal back up. Whereas Hodge is like a little bit more damage, but you're definitely a lot squishier. Vi is like really awkward because I feel like for so much of the PBE cycle, no one's found success on her. Like, well, at least reliably. I think she's supposed to be built Bruiser. I'm pretty sure she's not supposed to be built Assassin. However, regardless, like the one time I played her, I think I went like 6th. I think I haven't seen anyone top 4 with it. But it's been buffed, like, I think twice. I would lean towards just Bruiser, just because that's the intent. Maybe something like Edge of Nights would be helpful on her. Yeah, I'm gonna stick with that. Silas Hero Augments is it works functionally in the same way as Poppy, where he just wants to he wants the same items. He has a lot of damage. His power's in his spell. He wants a lot of healing. Bloodthirster again has synergy with his trait in Vanguard because he gets a shield, which gives him the Vanguard damage reduction, and it gives him it gives him a buffer which he pretty much needs. As he gets he gets the max health, so which scales with Bloodthirster. He's not gonna get a lot of health, but I mean he's getting some, so it's like sub synergy. I think it's better than just going double Hodge. The other argument could be to go into something like a death cap. This also can be viable because he doesn't have a lot of base damage. I think something like this could also definitely be correct. But one or the other. Because neither of his traits give him a lot of damage. So having more AP onto the base damage does a lot for him. You know what? I'll just do all of them. Why not? Rost. So the way his spell works... Actually, I haven't been showing what the things are. So this is Poppy's Hero Augment. Replace her ability with a 3-hit wallop. She just hits a lot. It is the same thing as Set 12 Poppy Hero Augment. Yeah. Except it's AP. And then this is Vi's. Vi makes it so she dashes and then does bonus physical damage. It's kind of similar to Rennie Hero Augments in the current set, except it doesn't do nearly as much damage and it doesn't heal. And then Silas's Hero Augments is Wolf Unchained, which makes his ability do more damage and it resets, but he doesn't get the health scaling, so he has lower he passively gets max health, but it doesn't scale. But that doesn't really matter. Basically, it just makes his ult do more damage and reset. So that's why he builds it that way. Rost's Hero Augment, Alter Ego, it turns him into Set 10 Kane. And I think probably other set. I think that was a reprint, but I didn't play that version of Kane. I only played Set 10, but regardless, it turns him into 5-cost Kane. He spins around and resets. So people have been building Bruise on him. I'm pretty sure that's wrong. I'm pretty sure you just built him like a assassin. All-inning on ability damage. you crit, you reset, you do more damage, and then Edge of Night as a layer of protection. Because like this isn't very descriptive. Like he dashes and he spins. If he kills, he casts again. So the best way to make sure he does more damage is if he casts again, and the way he casts again is if he kills the target. And the best way to kill the target is for ability to do as much damage as possible. Actually, Gragas, which is another one that I think is misunderstood. What's it called? It's called the Chug Bug. Gain 1 Gragas. The strongest Gragas' attacks have a chance to knock back and deal bonus magic damage. His ability heals and empowers his next attack. That is not very descriptive at all. But basically, randomly, he's just going to stun lock his current targets. But also, when he casts, he does a ton of damage, and overkill damage, like it has a spread effect like Kindred or like Ludens. So basically, you want to do as much damage on his cast as possible. He also needs healing, so he needs healing. But other than that, you just want to all-in on damage. I'm pretty sure, yeah, it is these items. Damage, healing, crit. I think there's an argument for like Hodge, but I think having the layer of protection on a there is a valid argument here because you actually do want to overkill. But it kind of just depends on the comp that he's being played with. Yeah. Okay, back to normal units. Graves is a 2-cost. He's a Golden Ox Executioner. He has bonus damage from Golden Ox, and he has crit damage from Executioner. Generally, what you want is a source of AD, a source of healing, and then a utility item. I think your source of AD could be something like one of these. I think Graves in particular scales best with this because he doesn't have really good AP scaling. But I've seen a lot of people build Titans. I think stats prefer. I mean, stats I think usually prefer Starks just because it's less often built. Yeah. And the reason why I prefer Starks on Graves is because when we get to Rengar, his items are slightly different. Just because of the way his scalings work. Yeah. Source of AD, source of healing. Hodge is usually best on crit-based traits, like Executioner. So, if you have... I mean, okay, because of the last item, you can go with a Bloodthirster as well, if you want. But the last item is usually QSS. Sometimes there's an argument for Edge of Nights, but I think... I don't know. I think QSS just feels better. Like I don't know how to explain it, but having I feel like Graves doesn't often jump into backline, like, and when he does, he like gets the kill. I don't know. I feel like it's hard to describe why I think QSS is better over Edge of Night in this situation in particular. Especially since when I talk to I'm just gonna talk about Rengar now. But I feel like Rengar wants Edge of Night over QSS, and I don't know why. Or, I know why he does, but I don't know why Graves doesn't. But Rengar... Okay, okay. How Graves' ability works, every 2 autos, he dashes and then has a better auto. And he just does a lot of burst damage. He just goes around shotgunning people. Rengar is a 3-cost Executioner. He has Street Demon, which gives him all the stats, but that doesn't usually see play in the comps that he's used in. There might be a Street Demon Executioner variant, but I'm not going to worry about that for now. His ability heals him, and then he jumps to the lowest health enemy and does a lot of damage. Because he has this AP ratio on his heal, it actually gives you incentive to build Titans over STheRex. Because otherwise the tank value of the two is the same. So it's whether you can actually use the AP that makes the difference between Titans and STheRex. Whereas the STheRex is better if you don't use AP well. But Rengar does use AP pretty okay, so that's why it's Titans. And then healing item of whatever form. Because, as I said, Edge of Night is better on him. I think Hodge is a lot better on Rengar. But as for the last item, if you don't go Edge of Night, you could go BT anyway. You can go double healing. And that usually works really well. But if you have, like, maybe healing from an augments, Edge of Night is pretty valuable in Rengar. But yeah, and that's what separates the two of them. Neferi is interesting because she's pretty weak, regardless of how you build. She passively gains Omnivamp, scaling with AP. And then her active does single target damage, and then scaling with Amp, she does more damage. She has an extra attack item, which is pretty good on her, which is this one. This is her extra attack item. What it does is it gives him AD AP Omnivamp, and it gives him like a damage storage system where every 4 seconds, pretty much, he does bonus damage to his main target. I think the Fury is going to gravitate towards stuff like that. I think because he's AP well, okay, so it's either going to be like a situation where his damage is high enough where you want crits, or it's not where you want Bruiser. I think with his passive and stuff, you don't actually need a healing item on him. So I think, or on her actually, or on them. It's them, but it's also her. So I think Best in Thought would normally look something like this. But there could be an argument for like Infinity Edge. The thing is, Neferi is kind of similar to Nidalee in that her traits don't contribute much to damage. She has base damage on Amp, and X attack is like health and attack speed, meaning she needs AD, and AD is a lot easier to stack than crit. If you were to build this, you don't really have enough AD. But there is an argument for it. But the other thing is that Neferi is like too squishy and her damage is too slow to be like a super good uh user of this. Like if she ever gets stuck on a tank, she'll never kill it even with Infinity Edge. So you might want to double down on being tanky. What do stats say? I'm pretty sure it likes Bruiser more. And I'm pretty sure I've only ever seen Bruiser, but is there a reason why crit isn't built on her? Like, I like Bruiser, why don't they like crits? Actually, they do kind of like crits. A little bit. Talk about individual items. Oh, they don't like crit that much. Oh. What happened there? Oh. Yeah, stats don't like anything. But yeah, the point is, Nefaria's been weak for so long, so it's kind of tough to tell what's actually correct. So I'm just gonna give them Bruiser Build. And Titans over, like, Sterex, I think, just because of the Omnivamp scaling. With two Titans, at max stacks, you're just doubling this, and then with this, it's like 120 plus. Like, basically, she's gonna have like 50 or 60% Omnivamp. So she can maybe Drain Tank. Fiddlesticks is an interesting one. Because, and I know that for sure that people took this from me because I'm the only person, I'm not the only person, but like, I'm like the person that loves putting double Archangel's BT onto like any unit I can. I tried it out in Italy. I tried it on. Actually, there weren't that many units to set, but last sets I was going crazy with it. But yeah, I tried it on Fiddlesticks, and unlike with Italy, this worked. So then I tried to look for what comps worked, and I stumbled upon originally 4 Bruiser, 4 Techie, but then once people started playing that, I started looking for. I realized that 6 Bruiser is broken, so I played that, and then suddenly everyone started playing 6 Bruiser. So yeah, and basically it synergizes with the fact that I was building these items anyway. But Fiddlesticks, he is a Boombot Techie. Techie gives AP. Boombot is a trait that's just scales with how much damage he does. Like it gives him more damage depending on how much damage he does. So, in his cast, he hits the 3 closest enemies with a feather and does a lot of damage to them. And he shreds and heals for some of the damage dealt. He has 2 range, so he is a bit vulnerable, but like not like super crazy. You want more healing because 15% isn't enough, and then you want damage. Depending on the comp, you can go for full crits. If you're going like vertical techie, going full crit is fine because you're gonna have a lot of AP. But if you're going vertical bruiser, which is currently the better setup, Archangels works really well because his frontline is super tanky, and he'll ramp up and get a lot of AP from that source. And if you're 6 bruiser, you're not going to have that much techie, so this will give him the AP he needs, and then eventually he'll scale and do a lot of damage. And yeah, as I said, this caught on and has been nerfed. On live patch, it'll still be strong, but it'll still definitely be strong, like one of the top comps, I think. But yeah, had that not been explored, that would have destroyed the patch. So yeah, that's good work. Zed is an interesting one. He's the only melee 4 cost this sets, which is, in my opinion, a tragedy. But regardless, his traits give him AD from Cypher and AD from Slayer, and then Slayer also gives him Omnivamp. So he's gonna have a lot of built-in AD. His spell works like KDA Akali from set 10, where he marks the furthest targets and dashes to them, and then on each cast he damages all marked targets and like does damage to them. So like he'll like on his second cast he'll mark the furthest targets again, like the furthest target from his current position. He'll jump again, and then all marked targets that are still alive will take damage. specifically in an AoE. Like he AoEs on the marked target's location, so if there's other stuff nearby, it'll also do damage. But basically he's like kind of an assassin. For a lot of the PvE cycle, his damage was too low, but now his damage is actually pretty good. So now he's just an assassin. Uh, so originally I was kind of going for like a drain tank type build, which I think can still work. But I think more realistically now, he was just gonna go like an assassin type build with the high damage that he actually has now. Like I think now Zed's actually at a point where he's like pretty strong. Because even though like his actual damage output is low, he's going to hit priority targets and kill them. So because of that, he like is actually pretty strong, even if the damage charts don't show it. Next we have 5 costs. We have 4 melee carry 5 costs, which is more than usual. I don't know. I think that's more than usual, but there's a lot. Uh, Garen is a very, very interesting unit. His unique trait is God of the Net, which grants like permanent or not permanent. Like he basically can give other units other traits while he's on the field. So every now and then you can get a modifier, and then you can give a trait to a unit on your board, or I guess not on your board. You can give it on your bench as well. So like, let's say you have the option to get a like Bastion modifier, and you put it onto your Kabuko, who is not a Bastion. He does not contribute to the effects of Bastion, but he benefits from them. So you're not gonna go +1 Bastion, but Kabuko will benefit from the trait, from the highest level of the Bastion trait. So if you have 4 Bastion, you're not gonna go to 5, but Kabuko will get the benefits of 4 Bastion. So yeah. Otherwise, his spell gives him a big shield, and he does a lot of damage. If he doesn't hit many targets, he gets mana back. But he does a lot of damage, and he has an AoE effect. And that's about it. I think if you look at the AP ratio on his shield, it's pretty good. So you would lean more towards Titans, but in general, you're just gonna go for like generic bruiser, like AD bruiser type items. Yeah. Kabuko is a Cyber Boss Bruiser. Cyber Boss gives him AP and health, and Bruiser gives him health. He is kind of tanky, but he's like a AP Bruiser type unit. Passively does bonus magic damage on hits, and then at like certain health breakpoints, he gets like a big upgrade, gets attack speed on revamp, bonus mana and stuff. His spell gives durability, and it has an AoE knockup and does damage, base damage, and it does percent damage scaling with the target's max health to all enemies AoE, and obviously that scales with AP. He's an AP bruiser. He's been very weak, but I think he's been buffed enough to be okay. I think the best like things to go for is like any kind of like bruisery setup, something like this. What I have here, yeah, this is best in slots because he was weak. He's a little bit stronger now, but you wanna what? Just give him like whatever AP bruiser type items. Renekton is pretty cool. He's a Overlord Divinicore Bastion. Overlord is his unique traits. What it does is he can. There's a certain hex behind him, so it is specifically this bottom right hex behind him. So if he's positioned right here, he will he will target the Kabuko. But what it does is he will take a bite out of the unit, doing 40% of their max health as true damage, and upon doing that, he gains 40% of their health and 33% of their attack damage, like for the rest of the combat. So you want to pick a good unit, like either a tanky unit or a unit with a lot of AD, so give Renekton as much stats as possible. And then as for his actual ability, okay, he's also Divinicore, which is like heavenly slash guild. It gives him a little bit of every stat. And he's Bastion, which is the armor magic resist stat. So he's a AD bruiser in the tank line. He is unique in that he can only cast twice. Each cast permanently upgrades his himself. Each time he casts, he does AoE damage around him and burns all units hits, and he gains max health. Like he does this twice. The first time he casts, his attacks will strike twice, doing more total physical damage, and he can dash new targets. And on his second cast, his attacks, instead of attacking twice, they attack 3 times. And yeah, that's it. So it says attack twice and 3 times, but like how it applies on hits is like awkward. Basically, ignore that part and look at the AD ratio. His double attacks deal 175% base AD. His triple attacks deal 270. Basically, he just has more base damage on his attacks. That's like the best way to think about it. So he's a pretty generic AD bruiser. Doesn't have clear synergy with AP, so you kind of can just go like a more. I don't know why I'm clicking them. Traditional setup. I think something like this would technically be better. But any kind of AD bruiser damage items would work on him. Viego is last unit. This is a Soul Killer Golden Ox Techie. Golden Ox gives him damage amp. Techie gives him AP. Soul Killer is a unique trait. What it does is it gives him a summonable unit based on the last unit he participated in killing. And it just is on your board. It has like some health, and it does like it can contribute, but it doesn't contribute to his item build at all. So yeah. Passively, Viego can heal when a unit on the board dies, and then actively, he jumps. He does just a large AOE and he does damage. He also shreds, but like yeah, he just hits in a 2x AOE, does damage. And he is just going to be built AP Bruisery. Because he's a techie and Golden Ox, he has the potential to do a lot of damage. I think if you're just playing him as a 5 cost, he's not going to do a lot of damage, but if you have his traits active, he will. So in that regard, you can go more assassiny. Otherwise, you can just go like more bruisery, like Kabuko's items. But if we're talking about best in slot, it would look something like this. So yeah, that's best in slot for every melee carry. The last thing I want to go talk about is tanks, which is a bit of a complicated topic. For this, I'm just gonna go here into the viewer, in Sasha. So the way that units have their best in slot is like pretty unique. I mean, it's like this in every set, but I think people don't think about what is truly best on each of these units. Actually, I'm not gonna do this. The way each unit wants to be built is actually very different, depending on the type of unit. Like all these different tanks have different scalings and synergies that how you itemize them has a lot of like flexibility. Obviously, you're just going to build the best items you can in your given spots, But if you had the ability to choose, it's important to know what you want to look for when given the ability to do so. So, yeah, this is gonna... So we'll talk about all these. Okay. So, for instance, Alistar, he's a bruiser, which gives him health. His passive gives him damage reduction, scaling with AP. His active doesn't contribute to tankiness. It just does magic damage and it stuns. Alistar's tank values in his in his health from bruiser and in his damage reduction. As a result, Alistar wants supporting things to those things. So he has good AP scaling on his damage reduction. Especially early, he can reduce a lot of damage and become really tanky. So he actually has a good need for AP. And then, because he's a bruiser, he doesn't have a lot of resists. So you need a good source of resists. And yeah, because the best way to maximize tankiness is to try to incorporate the stats that you're missing into your build. I've talked about this before with stat multiplication in a previous video, but yeah, so essentially you want resists because Alistar doesn't have resists. He has damage reduction, but that's like separate. That's like an extra thing. And then apart from that, you want a supporting item. I think what I have here is Redemption. And the reason for that is because Redemption is broken. And also, it increases his max health by healing him. So it gives Alistar a better chance for lasting longer into the fight. Because every time he heals, it's effectively gaining max health. Or it's effectively gaining health. Dr. Mundo is a Street Demon Bruiser Slayer. Street Demon and Bruiser give him health, and then Slayer gives him Omnivamp and AD. Mundo's pretty weird in that his ability sucks at giving him health without Slayer active. And I'll talk about that with the scalings. Passively, Mundo gets more max health from all sources, which has a good synergy with Street Demon and with Bruiser, but also with like a lot of augments, like cooking pots or like investment strategy. Anything that gives flat health, it's really good. Active heals, and if you look at this number is like really low, and then deal bonus physical damage to the current targets. I mean, that number's also low, but I mean we'll talk about why. So the heal base damage is, or the heal base is really low, because they have, I mean, I don't actually know why it's so low, but it has a 2% health scaling, and then it has a low base amounts. The damage, however, is like really weird, because it has a 20% base damage plus a low base amount. So obviously this is meant to cater to the fact that Mundo is a Slayer, so they want you to have the Omnivamp from Slayer, and they want the damage that he does to heal him, so that would give him more health. So like half of it is like in the ability, but then half of it's from him doing damage and healing off of it. However, there's a lot of comps where you aren't going to have Slayer active because you're not playing around that. So as a result, it makes Mundo just feel really bad. So you're supposed to have Slayer active to maximize Mundo's effectiveness, but most of the time you aren't going to do that. So when building him, I should actually like put the items on. Yeah, this guy wants this. Oh, and another thing I want to talk about is Adaptive Helm, just as an item. This item is really, really underrated. So what it does is it gives AP, mana, magic resist. For the front, okay, it's broken specifically on frontliners. On backliners, it's like, I think appropriately rated, but as a frontline tank item, it is really underrated. So in the front two rows, you get 40 more armor and magic resist, meaning the item gives 60 magic resist and 40 armor. In addition, they gain 1 mana when struck by an attack. Not every unit can use this well because a lot of units are mana locked during their ability. Meaning while they're casting their ability, they're not generating mana. But units that aren't mana locked during their ability typically includes units that heal or do something instantly. So Alistar will deal damage and stun them, and then immediately go back to generating mana. So he's not going to be mana locked for very long. He'll be mana locked for like 0.5 seconds to 1 second, which means he can actually generate mana pretty frequently with this item. And then this also gives him, like I said, 60 magic resist, 40 armor, which is a lot of defensive stats. In comparison, Gargoyle Stone Plates, you need to be targeted by like 3 units to get like equivalent value, and you don't have the mana and the mana passive and the AP. You have like 100 health, but it's not anything crazy. So you don't have to be solo frontline. And then Redemption is just Redemption. Redemption is broken. So Mundo similarly can benefit from Adaptive Helm, but because he has this bonus scaling from health, I would imagine that you would probably just want like to all in on max health, something like this. Originally, I thought that Warmogs would probably be the best fit because it has a lot of base health and it gives like more health scaling and it just all multiplies together. But because Mundo doesn't heal very much on his ability, he probably wants something like this. I think that would probably provide more actual value. Because if you don't have Slayer active, like, he doesn't heal much. And then over the course of combat, if this procs like twice, that's basically the same amount of value as having a Warmogs anyway. So while also being AoE and giving a damage reduction and starting mana and such. Jax is a shielder. Bastion. Exotech. Exotech gives health. I think not many comps would play 7 Exotech with tank Jax. It's just the point where Exotech actually gives a lot of base health. I guess they bust 5, but like at 7 he'd have 600, which would be a lot. But yeah, and then more often he'd be played Bastion, which is just armor match resist, but he has a lot of tools. His ability is a shield, and it does damage. The shield only scales with AP. It has a pretty good scaling, I would say. Because he's shielded for 4 seconds, he cannot benefit from Adaptive Helm because he's mana locked while he's shielded. Any spell that has a duration, you're mana locked for. So over those 4 seconds, you cannot generate mana unless the shield's broken. So for that reason, I wouldn't build Adaptive Helm. Also, if you're 6 Bastion, you probably don't need those stats very much. So yeah. What Jax does benefit a lot from is from AP. So the thing with Crown Guard is that it gives a little bit of health, but a lot of the value is in having AP. Well, one, it starts with a max health shield, which is effectively 25% max health. But when the thing expires, you have a total of 45 AP, which means you're effectively like you're increasing your spell's shielding by 45%. So every time he shields from his ability, he's actually getting like let's say 50%. Something like that. A 2-star Jax would be healing would be shielding for about 200 more each cast, which adds up. If you're main tanking Jax, if he casts like twice, that's like already a noticeable increase. Between that and the max health shield at the start of combat, that's already more than a Warmog's. So, and it keeps scaling. Because Jax has synergy with both armor and magic resist and health. Something that's pretty broken in general is healing. Uh, Healing's really good with shields because while you're shielded, your health isn't being lowered. So if you heal it during that window, you kind of have the chance to go infinite, depending on how big your shields are. But it gives you a buffer to be more tanky. Like you get more time to get your healing off. So having healing is really valuable. And then another thing that's unique about Jax is that he has this extra attack item. Yeah. Now you can build any of the extra tank items, but this one is kind of just broken because it has really high base health and it does respectable damage. The other one is also like pretty good. This one, which I'll just put on Mordekaiser for now because that's his item. But this one gives less base health, but it increases the effectiveness of shields and it gives more shielding. Both of these are very good on Jax. If you have either of these as your extra attack item, they would probably go onto your Jax, assuming you are playing around Jax main tank, which is what you would care about BIS for. If you're not playing them main tank, you don't really care about BIS. Best in slots. But yeah, so the third item, or I guess realistically your first item, but would be one of these two. The other tank option is this one, but I don't think it has as good synergy with Jax in particular. However, if you get it, I mean, it would still go onto Jax slash your main exotic tank. Yeah, this one I would say it's meant for Sejuani the most. It's also okay on Mordekaiser. Poppy is a Bastion as well. She's a Cyber Boss, which gives her max health and gives her AP. So she actually has a bit of everything. Most often going to be played around 6 Bastion though, which is armored magic resist trait. She'll have more of that than with the other two. Because of that, I think what I have is like, yeah, all in on shielding more, all in on healing. So what's unique about Poppy is that she has armor scaling on her ability, but also that her ability targets the furthest enemy, meaning that you can hit a backliner. It's not super often. I don't think it's actually like high enough of a ratio that you can one-shot them, but you can maybe, if she casts twice, you can maybe two-shot the backliner. So if they're like cornered and you're positioned correctly, you can kill the enemy carry with Poppy, which is pretty nice. So I like Protector's Vow to live up to that dream just because it gives her starting mana, it gives her a shield. When the shield procs, she gets 40 more armor, so the item gives 40 armor total, which contributes to her damage. While she is shielded, she can't benefit from Adaptive Helm, so otherwise I would have just put Adaptive Helm on her. And then, because she's a Bastion and because she has healing, or because she's shielding, Redemption is good on her. Protector's Vow can be like Sunfire or something as well, depending on your comp. Poppy herself is not like super tanky. Her shield is good, but it's not anything crazy. I mean, she had a recent buff that made her made it so that she gets her shield faster. Because before she got her shield, she had to shoot a projectile, and then the projectile had to go back to her, and that took like a lot of time. So this might make her tankier, but all in all, her best in slots would probably be something like this. Silas is an Anima Squad Vanguard. Anima Squad gives a little bit of armored magic resist. And then Vanguard gives shields. So his ability gives him max health and does damage. So anytime I see max health, I mean, first of all, I think about how much AP I can take for this to go infinite. But second of all, I just think like, what scales best with max health? More max health scaling. His base damage is not very high, but it scales with like being tanky. I think the generic options would be something like this. But if you want to make him cast more, an argument can be made for like double adaptive helm. As that would probably make him cast more and gain more max health over the course of combat, while also giving 120 magic resist and 80 armor, which is a lot in comparison to 65 armor. There's 75 magic resist. The other thing though is that these have percent bonus max health. This has the damage, and then this has the regen. Not crazy amounts, but makes it arguable as to what you would want. Because it's a max health thing, like I said, he can benefit from adaptive helm, so like if you want to do that, that's be fine, but I think having a more traditional... I'm trying to think if 45 magic resist versus 9% max health, more healing. I would probably say this is better, but it's like close. His AP ratios aren't high enough to warrant building Crown Guard. There's an argument to be made for sure. Vi is a Cypher Vanguard. Cypher is just AD and AP. Vanguard is shielding. Vi's cast gives a shield, uh, and then does damage. This shield scales pretty well with both AP and health. Or it scales okay with AP, and it does okay with health. But it also does pretty good damage. It has a 500 base AD. So I think what's like pretty unique about Vi is that true best in slot would probably have a Titans on her, because it contributes both to AD and AP. But I think going more into like a bruiser build isn't like enough. I think Vi doesn't do enough damage to be like tanky or to be a damage dealer. So I think realistically you want to give Vi a source of max health, like healing. You could go with more resists, but Titans technically is like a resist item. Because she has a shield, adaptive pump isn't like worthwhile because she's gonna be mana locked. But the shield ratio with health is pretty high, so something like Warmogs is a lot of value. And Redemption is just always good. As you can see, Redemption is just always good. I think when in doubt, Redemption is going to be good, but there are a couple cases where you might not need it. This being one of them. Darius is a... Okay, so he's a bruiser, and he's a syndicate. Syndicate gives max health, and bruiser gives percent max health. His ability heals him for a little bit, and then does damage, and his ability sunders. Yeah. When he has the Syndicate Kingpin bonus, his ability range is increased, and he heals more for enemy hits hit. I think what's pretty underrated is that His ability can hit a lot of units, and he can thus heal a lot from hitting all these units. Because his ability heals, he's not mana locked. Like he's gonna get his spin off, and then he's gonna get back to generating mana. So adaptive helm actually is quite valuable on him. And the other thing is that okay, Crown Guard isn't valuable on him because his AP ratio is not very high. But uh his heal scales with max health. The base has 5%, and then the Kingpin bonus is 2%. If he hits a lot of units with the Kingpin, like extra range, that could be like the Kingpin is like per target. So if you hit like 4 units, that's 8% max health. So that means your ability in total has 13% max health healing. And if you can get to like a crazy amount, like technically, you like in a maximum like best case scenario, you can technically hit like 7 or 8 units. That's not really reasonable, but let's just like say 5. You get 15. That's pretty good. So having more max health is pretty valuable. Because he's healing, I would probably say having the max health is a bit more valuable than having a redemption. However, it is arguable, for sure. But because like it technically scales well with max health, I think it is fine to have this like that. Next we have Echo. Echo is a Street Demon strategist. Street Demon gives max health. Strategist gives damage reduction. Yeah. First time we see strategist. Damage reduction. Uh, being in the front row. Strategist gets triple, so at 2 he gets 12% damage reduction, and at 5 he gets 30%, which can be pretty good. Echo's ability heals and does damage. Pretty generic. Echo's ability has pretty good AP ratio, so he's a pretty good candidate for Crown Guard, and then he also has a heal, which doesn't mana lock him, which means he's a good candidate for Adaptive Helm. So, what many people don't realize is that true BIS for Echo is probably gonna look something like this, where he'll generate a lot of mana very frequently. He has a lot of resists from Adaptive Helm and Crown Guard, and then Crown Guard and Adaptive Helm increase his AP, which makes him heal more, which makes him more tanky over the course of combat. I know this like definitely looks weird, but it is probably correct. The other argument would just be to be like, oh, like you want to prioritize utility items, and obviously, like if you want to prioritize utility items, like that's fine. But if we're talking about BIS for the units themselves, it's probably this. Alawi is in the exact same situation. Uh, her traits gives a little bit of armor and then more armor. Because of this, the incentive to build more armor matches isn't as high, but she doesn't have health scaling, so she isn't like super incentivized to have uh like more stuff. I think because she has so much armor innately, you'd probably want to go like health, but you're gonna get more value from health by building AP, in all honesty. So, and the other thing is that Alawi is most often played as a tank for Anima Squad, where she isn't actually going to have much more than 2 Bastion active ever. So, in that case, it's actually okay to build more armor magic resist. If you were to play around Vertical Bastion with Alawi as a tank, which there are very few setups where that would be correct. Maybe in like a setup playing around with like a Vagar reroll. I don't know if like a 6 Bastion Vayne would be a thing, but that could also be a possibility. But yeah. But because she doesn't actually ever get much Bastion in while she's being the main tank, I think her best in slots looks similar to Echo's, where because she's healing, she's not mana locked for very long, so she's gonna generate mana more frequently. She gets a lot of resistances and a lot of AP and a lot of healing. Wait, Rost is interesting. I think he's now kind of similar to Vi because I think they buffed his damage ratio. What do I have for Rost here? Just normal damage, like the normal thing. His ability heals and does bonus physical damage. His heal has a health ratio. He is incentivized to build health. I think realistically it's something like this. Obviously, in most cases where Ross is being built as a tank, they're probably gonna have like an Evan Shroud, and that's perfectly fine. Like you're just gonna give him all the utility items because Ross serves as a tank for like Vayne sometimes, or like for executioners or for whatever. So that's like the real like what realistically you're gonna build. But if you're looking for like BIS, what makes Ross like as tanky as possible, it's probably just this. I don't know if the damage buffs make you want to build like a Titans like with Vi or not. But for now, I'm just gonna stick with this because this would make Ross the tankiest he would be. There could be an argument for like this. Honestly, more resists makes him cast more. His ability's healing, but he's like knocking them up into the air, so he's like kind of channeling. So because of that, I wouldn't necessarily lean that way. The other arguments could be like redemption over that, which could be viable. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna be honest, it's probably this. That's 3 tiers though. But yeah. Shyvana is a Nitro Bastion techie. Nitro doesn't do anything. Bastion is armor magic resist, techie is AP scaling. Uh Shyvana, her first cast gives her uh healing over time and damage over time. And then every time she casts, she gets max health and she gets damage amp. Shyvana just wants to be uh living and casting as much as possible. I think her best in slot would probably look something like what do I have here? I think this is outdated. Maybe not. But yeah, this gives her the resists and makes her cast faster, which gives her more max health and more everything. Uh, her AP ratio isn't like super high, so I wouldn't look to give her a crown guard. But there might actually be an argument for I'm not sure, honestly. Literally, the only reason I'm hesitating is just because Adaptive Helm already uses a tier, so having three tiers on your tank item on your tank is like not very nice, especially since there's a lot of backliners that also want tier items. But yeah, this build gives her more myself and then makes her really tanky and she can cast more. Skarner is a Boombot Vanguard. Boombot is a damage trait. Vanguard is a shielding trait. Uh, he gains a shield and then does damage scaling with armor. This doesn't scale super high. Skarner is really strong as a tank just because he can do a lot of retaliation damage through Boombot. So if you put tank items on him, uh, as he gets damaged, he's just gonna do a lot of damage for free. But in general, you're just looking for pretty generic tank items. I think because he shields, Redemption has more value. But in all honesty, like Redemption just might have value anyway over other options. But for the most tanky version of Skarner, I would have probably something like this. Uh, because he's shielding, he can't benefit from Adaptive Helm, and because his AP ratio isn't like super crazy high, I wouldn't really give him Crown Guard. I mean, it's not bad actually, but it's not bad. But like it's lower than like Jax and Poppy and probably Vi. So like, yeah, yeah. Braum is a Syndicate Vanguard. Syndicate gives health. Vanguard gives shield. His ability gives him a shield that scales with max health and does damage. His Kingpin bonus gives him armor magic resist and more damage. Uh, it scales with like armor and magic resist. He's shielding, so he's not really benefiting from uh adaptive helm. And then Crown Guard is in like a similar situation to Skarner, where it's like the ratio isn't like that high. Like it's good, but it's not like that high. So I would just give him the same items. Skarner, which is it gives him armor, magic resist, and healing, which has valuable with shields. Galio is a Cypher Bastion. Cypher is a damage trait. Bastion is armor, magic resist. Uh, there aren't. I don't think there's any Bastion comps with Galio. Actually, there is. There's Draven. That's the only one where he's Galio main tank. Uh, and actually, you can go six Bastion in that, but I do think there is quite a lot of value in having certain stats. His ability gives durability and channels and then heals. Because of the channel, I would say Adaptive Helm probably doesn't have that much value. I do think Crown Guard, I think I underrated on him. And then for the rest of the items, it would probably just be like Crown Guard Redemption and like probably something like this. If you're gonna go six Bastion. I think this was buffed. It honestly might be like a double Crown Guard angle. I think now it's like 600 or something at 3-star. If you're playing around Bastion, this is probably correct. If you're not, it would probably be like Stoneblades or something. The other thing is that by nature of Galio's kits, he's actually very good at being solo frontline. So he could also be like one of these. I don't know if like which is better here. Like I think he's kind of designed to be around that. But I'm not going to think about that right now. So I think all in on AP to give him more durability and more healing. Assuming you have Bastion for your resists. Gragas is a Divinicore Bruiser. Divinicore gives a bit of everything. Bruiser gives health. He's most often played around Bruiser, but he can still get some C as a flex unit. His heal's like respectable and does some damage. He has scaling with max health. This one's like a bit tricky. I think realistically it's probably like another one of these. I feel like in this one I have it like, yeah, I have it wrong, but because it's a heal, he's not mana locked for very long, so I think this is probably. The other thing is that if you're playing around the vertical bruiser, having the healing from Dragon's Claw in particular is actually pretty valuable. So in actuality, best in class probably looking something like this. In contrast, Darius isn't played in vertical bruiser very much. I think he's the bruiser that you drop. Gragas, you can definitely play around him with fiddlesticks, and you can definitely play around him with like other cost reroll setups. Is there any other that I have? This is a Bastion. Yeah. So I feel like it's just the generic trio of items here. There might be an argument for redemption. But as a bruiser, I think it should be Warmogs. J4 is, I think, interesting because I think people don't know how to build this unit. His AP ratio is actually pretty high if he hits enough units. He's a Golden Ox, which doesn't do anything. Vanguard, which is a shield, and Slayer, which is Omnivamp, which is a little bit of sustain. I think J4 is, because he shields, he's going to be mana locked, so you don't want Adaptive Helm. AP ratio is good, so I give him Crown Guard, and then he just wants resists. So something like this would be good. Also a pretty good user of like redemption. If you wanted to go for something like this, that can also work. But a lot of the time you can have a supporting unit provide those like redemption. I'll still put it here. The other thing is that by nature of the comps that J-Force played in, there's actually like a bit of argument for having this Evan Shroud here as like best in slots. The actual tank stats it gives is like not bad, but they only last the first 15 seconds. But the Sunder synergizes with one, the units he's played with, and two, the armor shred of his passive. Like you're just providing a ton of utility. So realistically, it makes sense to put that on J4, but I like this better than Gargoyle. So yeah, we'll leave it at that. Mordekaiser, uh, he is a Exotech Bruiser Techie. Exotech gives max health, Bruiser gives percent max health, Techie gives AP. Mordekaiser's ability, despite being a Bruiser Exotech, it does not scale with health, so he actually doesn't have incentive to build health. He does have a lot of incentive to build AP. If you're not playing around Vertical Techie, you should build AP on him, specifically a Crown Guard. Mordekaiser also has access to this Exotech item. This one's meant for him. It buffs shields, and then he gets more shields from... So this item actually does scale with max health, however, I don't think you should be worrying about building more max health for this. I think you're not always going to get this item. I think the general game plan is that in Techie Mordekaiser, you just want resists and healing. And in not Techie versions, you want AP. So, because he's a shielder, he can't really build Adaptive Helm. So it would probably be something like this. But Crown Guard also has like a lot of value in non-techie setups because his AP ratios are really high. Both for shield and for damage, actually, now that I think about it. Like this for Techie, this was for sure the setup, and then for Bruiser, I'm not really sure. Cho'Gath is a Boombop Bruiser. Cho'Gath is notorious for his max health scaling. Okay, like the thing is bugged out here, but basically he gains a lot of max health and he gets bigger and he becomes a problem. For Cho'Gath, you probably just want to all in on max health in any way, shape, or form. However, I think Redemption's also broken, so resists plus Redemption. However, there's one other thing to keep in mind, which is the fact that he heals, which means he can cast more. Another tidbit is that because you want him to stack while not being damaged for like you want to center him and you want to give him time to stack max health before he's like your only tank left. So by the time that he's being attacked, he's like has a lot of extra max health. So for this reason, Steadfast Heart actually has a lot of value because it keeps him above the threshold. Like he can keep himself above the thresholds better than other units can. So I think this is a pretty underrated item for him. And this and obviously that film helps him ramp faster. I forgot Leona in that. So Leona's like pretty interesting in that she doesn't have she's like really weird scaling. She's Anima Squad, Vanguard, Anima Squad tiny bit of resists, Vanguard giving her shields. Her ability gives her durability and has a magic resist scaling on hit it does. Her build is like pretty awkward. I would probably just say it's like this though. It's like she has the durability, so she's not a adaptive helm user. There's an argument for Crown Guard. The other argument is that she's like not like a uh, I completely forgot about Leona. How much does she want this? I'd probably lean away. I'd probably just give her this as like a staple tank core that doesn't scale with like health or anything. Nico is a street demon strategist. She has health and she has damage reduction. She has durability from strategist. I think pretty generically just wants the same items. Her shield makes her a bad adaptive helm candidate. Her AP ratio is not all that high. Plus she gets AP from street demons, so that's probably why her AP ratio is not that high. She has an okay health ratio, but I think she just wants the redemption healing. And resists. So these are her items. And then Sejuani is pretty interesting in that she is not very tanky. She's an Exotech Bastion. Exotech gives her health, and Bastion gives her armored magic resist. She passively gets more armored magic resist from all sources. Her ability is just a stun. She has access to this Cybercall item, which it gives her armored magic resist, which is boosted by her passive, and it makes it so that her abilities and attacks mark enemies and she heals off of damage to those targets. This has really good synergy with her casting as much as possible. It also has synergy with like a lot of the units that she's played with, like Zeri, for instance, who can help her do a lot of damage to like can help heal her by doing damage to marked targets. So I think what is conventionally considered her BIS is something like this, where you're just all ending on the first cast and then her healing a bit off from like the other like redemption and all that stuff, and from like the passive of cyber coil. I think if you are confident in her like longevity, if you think she's gonna be able to cast multiple times, I think this might be better. because she's like, I don't think she's mana locked in those 2 seconds. I think she can start generating mana faster, and Adaptive Helm actually will help her get it to a second cast a lot. Well, it also contributes the same amounts to a first cast because it also has the starting mana. So with these two starting items, you have 95 starting mana, and then if you want a second cast, Adaptive Helm is for sure the way to go. While also being buffed by her passive and all this stuff, and yeah. But realistically, it's a toss-up between the two. And then finally we have Zac, who's the only 5 cost like tank, I would say. I mean, Kabuko's like kind of a tank, but I think Zac is like more of a pure tank. What's unique about Zac is that at 10% health, he splits into 2 copies with 50% health. So he effectively has 2 lives. He can spread effects pretty well, and a lot of these effects are like utility items. So you have 2 routes, which is the pure tank route and the utility route, which both of which are I think are fine. But as a pure tank, probably want something like this. And then utility route. Because you have 2 Zacs, you can double proc Ionic, you can spread Sunfire faster if needed. So yeah. I think stuff like Vow was supposed to work, but it doesn't. I don't think what other like there aren't that many things you can proc with the double Zac that like you would actually care about. I guess Bramble Vest you would care about. That's like a bit extra damage. But yeah. I think for like actual tank value, this is the best build, so yeah. Because the 2 Zacs will also heal each other with each other's redemptions, so that's like double healing. And Zac's passive is Virus. His only trait is Virus, and what it does is he can get these bloblets that permanently increase his max health and his ability power. So his healing and his max health are permanently scaling if you keep collecting the bloblets. So he's gonna have a lot of max health, and he's gonna have a lot of base damage and healing, or he's gonna have a lot of AP that scales his damage and healing. So you want to complement with the stats that he does not have, which is resists, and then redemption is just it's just his own scaling healing. So it'll scale better than Warmogs would. But yeah, that is every tank itemization. And I need to make updates to this thing because there's a couple things I would. But let's start by actually putting by actually having the Liliana in it. For some reason, she's not in it. The other ones I'll update later. And that much isn't going to change too much. That's just going to be true to every unit, I think. Almost regardless of balance. Obviously, each game is going to be a case by case based on your components, but it's like, given the ability to choose, I think those are what you should go for. I think one of the things that I want to highlight are the value of Crown Guard and Adaptive Helm as tank items. I think they're incredibly underrated, both of them. I think more people should build those items as tank items. Oh.
Here I come to save the day.
2 component items. And actually, that's pretty good for me who wants to test Jinx. Now, the thing is, I don't know what board I want to reroll Jinx on. I know the board I want to end up on, but I want to roll on 7, at least for some amounts. Like, I want to get to this. I feel like I definitely don't need the Yumi. But I don't know if I... I like have a spot for
The power of Anima Attack.
oh. Okay, this is not good for either of the comps that I want. This is actually really good. This would be fun if I'm not trying to test certain comps. Street Demon Crown, I don't think I even need that. Luden's Echo. And I play that with Scout Weapons. No. Shock Treatment. Object pumping up. I'm playing Jinx. I'm just praying that people aren't playing Street Demon. I don't care if I'm contested Marksman, but I don't want to be contested Street Demon.
Support for the cause.
Yeah, I'm not playing their reroll, even though I definitely could. I'm not going to. Because I need to know how good Jinx is. I didn't get any swords. I actually didn't get any swords. Oh, if I'm pumping up, I don't know if I go Rage Blade or if I try double IE. Oh, perfect.
Such a busy world.
I should just play around the unit that I have. Okay. Moment of truth. Do I build around? I'll try it. I thought TF2. Okay, we'll try this with pumping up and then I'll play another game where I try just Shojin Ginsu. Of course, I'm not allowed to hit upgraded units, even when I'm playing strongest board. What is this? But can I upgrade a unit without having to spend my gold? More AD. Six Bastion. Or 4 Vanguard, I don't know why it's... Okay, whatever. I'm pretty sure that is not good. I mean, it's Senna too, which they hit for free.
Let's admire me for a bit.
They're definitely playing around with marksman. However, their econ is way worse than me despite having econs. I'm just gonna take the sword. Yeah, that's a jinx. I can't use the second. That would be like either a second Ginsu or like a gunblade, which actually could be. I don't know how good gunblade is. It would be nice if I could have one jinx. Is Senna better here with this?
Light becomes hope.
See how good. This Draven is. I'm supposed to Draven too. I feel like Draven 2 would be better. Okay. Okay, but if that axe got off, I would have just killed everything. That's a Yumi one, by the way. Okay, but like, I'm not even allowed to hit a single upgrade without having to spend copious amounts of gold. I'm committed to testing my garbage.
Time to start some trouble.
We shall rest when we are dead. I love a challenge. Topple their forces.
Faith, brother.
Oh. My APM is so slow.
Time to start some trouble.
Where are the jinxes?
I love a challenge.
Sunfire components. Spark is useless. Oh my god. Why did I pump that? Okay, well, it definitely did a lot of damage. That's for sure. I kind of don't have much gold to roll.
I love a challenge.
Like, what am I rolling for? Zaya? What? What? That is, I mean, These hexes are so bad because the good ones are here. He doesn't target far enough. My front line just doesn't last long enough. Like that's just the issue.
Step right up. Jinx? Stand for Jinx? Jinx? Stand for Jinx?
Like. And obviously I play this awfully, but like, look, like, like I didn't hit any upgrades of any kinds. I just miss. I didn't even have damage to Zaya.
I'm going.
Like, why is this guy playing Leona? I think the problem is that literally every board has Leona on it. And if I just miss the up, like I don't know. Like the fact that everyone's gonna play Affiliate Zai makes it impossible to play Jinx. Which is so miserable. Like I just want to test comps. Not to get permanently griefed.
Courage must never waver.
Oh wait, it's golems.
Look out!
Strategist, Bastion, Street Demon. I'm definitely playing Street Demon Strategist.
The quiet before battle.
The city's future is riding on Anima Squad's shoulders.
Mortality is truly divine.
Look out!
Secrets are coins better saved than spent.
Honestly, Alawi 1 is probably better than Poppy 2, just because she also shreds.
They should run now.
They got the same shit as me, except they got Oxforce, which is like arguably better. So they could just play Annie for free. Plus, what was that targeting? Why did it target furthest instead of targeting the current target? If just one okay, like surely like one person,
Some trouble.
more than two people split. One player chose this. But like if I chose that, then I'm losing.
I must become the whole world thing.
I do want to make 30 here. How do they have double Ginsu? I always get the I always get this when I'm like trainer golems or something, and I can't. Okay, so like I know what the bronze product comps are. I don't even know what this is gonna turn into, but They didn't roll shit and they hit. Also, I should probably just itemize the Seraphine now that I think about it to have the 4 techie in. Also, I haven't even hit this LeBlanc too.
Are you trying to hit me?
Such a busy one.
I must not fall.
My prey thinks itself clever.
No power in this world can stop me.
Step right up.
Consume everything.
I must not fall.
Oh, wait. I got Techie Bruiser. I maybe it was the Viego, but I don't think I can fit Viego on my board actually.
Scratchy scratch.
I just love not hitting anything on my fucking roll downs.
You are in trouble. Up, skip, jump. Rhino.
Surely Prep Annie is like are you fucking kidding me? I'm making myself dizzy trying to get too many traits in.
This way. This way. This is field research. Up, skip, jump.
Man, I'm not gonna get it. I don't know, I'm rolling for it. the fact that I missed both Brand and Ziggs is really annoying. Like, I'm dead here. Not a single Samira, but also I missed Brand and Ziggs.
Ready, Hammer?
Like, this guy hits fucking stage 3, both of them.
Look out!
But how the fuck is this person stable? Fuck it. I already played. Well, this is awful.
I know the way.
You shine brightly.
Ram is on the job.
Well, I don't have tier starts, so I probably.
You in good hands.
You shine brightly.
I think... I don't know. It really depends on what my component drops here. If I get like 2 tiers, maybe I play around any. But it's not. If not, I probably play around the Phileas. It's a Phileas. It is not any. Yeah. I'm streaking. I'll keep streak, sure. I could have used my dupe there to be stronger. I mean, that would have been correct 100%. Instead, they're one of these two. Final board is going to be minus Graves, and then I only pick one of these two. Is there anything I'd want to use my dupe on? Not really, so I might as well use it here. It's not LVP. Spears Will could be an option. Healing Orbs is really good though. If I didn't have the gold, like the thing here, I'm taking Healing Orbs. This shit's really good. I don't want to see this shit yet. Oh, if I'm not playing any version, I never played the Yumi. That's only if I were considering the any version. What do I want here? I can take the TF, the Rod, for a second Ginsu's. Annie has... I don't actually want either of those. I already have the Evan Shroud. And this is Sunfire. This is half for Redemption plus Ginsu. I'll just take the half Redemption plus Ginsu. I saw this and I... Okay, I got the Ox Horse. Or the Golden Ox. That's pretty good. I have nothing to put in, but... So Johnny can't be bad. Really would love to not be contested Golden Ox here for no reason. By like 3 people. Unironically level diff. Okay, I'm gonna roll a little bit. Actually, I don't need to roll.
We shall not ignore us so easily.
I love a challenge.
I didn't realize that I had that in. I think I just lose my streak here anyway. That's a Vayne 1, by the way. That is a bit more than 2 4s. Mace's roll is pretty good. Holy! That is not what I expected to see here.
This way.
I'm too slow APM, but I mean, this would get me 6. Healing Orbs diff. Why is this person going that? Perfect. I'm just gonna do this. Oh, wait. I have to do this anyway.
Try.
Oh yeah, come on.
Cool. I need to hit my board. Upgrades. Okay, but I'm never gonna hit. Okay. I don't need that. Don't need that. That's contested. Is J4 upgraded? No. Well, still missing half my board, but they have both. So I, like, they hit and I missed, like, all my important shit. Yeah, it's not bad luck protection. Forge? I don't think it's good in this comp. This is pretty good. Oh. That's my tank at least. Four,
Topple their
six,
forces.
7, 8. But this guy's unironically playing 6 Ox without Spat. Make sure to buy the NA to grief the fucking... Fringe Lords. Can I even hit Aphelios? I think I just look for, like, I look for one of them to die and I play... anything. I shouldn't have pumped there. Like, I really need it. Bro.
Live fast, die young. I must not fall.
I'm about to ruin your day.
Bro. Holy. Oh wait, now I do play this, or like Garen slash Zach slash Samira, or whatever.
You're in my realm now.
They had so much time to ramp, so they have Renekton 2 and whatever. I was grieved by 3 people for no reason. They have Renekton 2 over Aurora 2. Like, why am I hard griefed on one of the worst lines? Okay, I've had enough of this game. Like, I'm just being tilted. Also, it's late as fuck. So I'm gonna go to sleep. Well, rip. I'm just gonna send people there and go to sleep.